Good morning, traders. It's the last day of 25. Adios, amigo. 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Every trading day at 0800 Central Standard Time for the entire cash session, closing the stream at 1500. All the times on my charts and that you see on the screens are Central Standard Time. Again, this is my virtual trading journal. So it is I'm not, a licensed anything to do with finance. So there's no recommendation or suggestions being made here. And there's a disclaimer in the description. However, I do trade live, a real live funded account funded by myself with my dollars. And I am completely transparent and accountable. So I take no trades off the stream. I articulate clearly, and my video clearly shows all setups, what I'm thinking, the trades, the outcomes, etc. Again, not for financial advice. And there's a delay on YouTube, so if for some reason you thought it would be a clever idea to copy what I was doing, be wary of that because of the delay. Yeah. The theory about this stream is, again, it's my virtual trading journal. So everything that I'm watching is captured on my screens, Bookmap and IRT. And my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking in the minute. That's how I get the full picture into the stream and into the recording. Okay, I stream in 1440p, so if YouTube is not crystal clear on your side, click the gear button and there you go. The reason I stream to YouTube is also to ensure the transparency and full accountability. Also, from my point of view, the upside plus side is that I can review the stream on any device at any time rather than standing here at these desks. And I have stand-up desks, and I've been at it since a little before 6 this morning, and will be until probably 2200 this afternoon or this evening. So that makes for a long day. All right, let's get into the numbers, which we have had actually some numbers out today, which is kind of interesting. My news sources are investing.com and Financial Juice. They are both free. You can pay for them, certainly, but I try to make everything I do here accessible to anyone that tunes in or that follows the stream. I used to laugh at, myself, and chuckle to myself when people would, big shot would come on talking about this, that, and something else, and how he was going to make this trade, and he's following this, and he's using a Bloomberg terminal, for Christ's sake. Well, if you got 20 grand a month to pay for a Bloomberg terminal in those days, I suppose you're probably okay. Ridiculous. Anyway. Here are the numbers out today. It was continuous jobless and initial jobless. And there are the reported numbers. I won't have any comment about that, save for the fact that I believe I think there's an insidious deterioration or erosion of the veracity and the dependability of the numbers coming out of the government at this time, which makes me real nervous, because that's one of the reasons that the American markets have been so popular and so dependable for so many years that investors from around the world knew they could count on the rule of law, consistent policy, and truth, right? So there you go. Take that for what it's worth. You can filter this, both of these for anything you want. If you're, living in Kuala Lumpur and you want to follow the Nikkei, you can set up the filter in the time zone and away you go. No problems at all. I prefer the format here of investing.com because it's easy to snap and screen share, whatever. Also, investing.com only reports financial economic news, not random potential political risk and things like that, which is a reason that I like and I'm very thankful for Financial Juice. Now, this is Financial Juice. They have a similar docket over here, but they have more of a squawk box going on the right column. And through the day, you can't go back or I'd show you one. Through the day, they pick up random things that could have a potential that, at this point in the game, we have all recognized that there is a potential risk to the markets, to the auction, by non-financial things, typically, some random tweet or something like that. And they'll pick those up if they can and get them into the calendar. So that's really a good thing. And I'm not making any political statement. This is a fact. You're a trader. I'm a trader. And I want to be aware of any potential risk to the auction if I should have my account exposed to market risk. Simple. We've known for 25 years that the non-farm payroll report will be released the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. You can count on that one, except for the recent antics that have gone on with government here, with the closure and that kind of thing. But I'm, confident that they'll get back to reality or back to the norm, shall we say. So you could count on that. You could measure your risk. You could have a risk plan in place for that. If there's something that could drop out of the sky and totally tip over the market that we have no clue about, that's called I call it unidentified critical risk. And there you go. So here we have the markets, the news, and how I feel about both of them. Yeah, steady job market. Don't know about I don't know how I feel about that, frankly. So let's get on to the most important of the day. First of all, Happy New Year. The last day of 2025. Goodbye and good riddance. Here we are. This is IRT. This is my charting platform. You'll notice that I'm plotting the micros, micro ES, micro NQ, because that's what I'm trading live on my funded account over here in Bookmap at this time, and I'll explain that whole story later today. I also track the minis because I often trade them. Same idea, same layout. Get back to the micros here. Now, something I'll point out if you're watching the stream, the instrument, the periodicity, the chart type, everything is right here, and the session is in the header of each one of these charts, so there can be no confusion. If I don't mention something, you don't need to hear me. You can look right here and see what it is. This is the micro ES Renko, micro NQ Renko. This is the full session, so this is yesterday's RTH session, the current ETH session. This is my micro composite or full session chart. And it's real simple. Let me say at the outset that I approach the market as uncomplicated or, follow the KISS principle as best I can, only relying on data, price action, and probabilities, period. Day session, RTH session, daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. call that the micro composite volume profile. It generates a micro composite POC. It also generates the most current one, pushes the high and low volume nodes from the volume profile to bookmap, as does IRT push the session prices to bookmap. And this is the market profile chart for the ES. I don't split this between the micro and the mini. It's just the mini ES. I figure, what the hell. Volume is extremely light. 107,000 contracts traded so far overnight only. Let's see what the volume looks like. Hold your breath. Oh, 67%. Not so bad. The other day was 34. Day before yesterday. And 1.25 points, in other words, 5 ticks, average true range in the 1 minute as of this point in time. These are as of this point in time, and this is average is looking back 20 days. So, what I believe, I'm all right. Good for me. Time chaps. I forget this, the chapter marker sometimes for this stream. So here we are. We were short inventory all night. There's the open. And suddenly we're back up here above. We were actually looking at another gap low, a gap opening, but we're above there at the moment. And they've taken back all of their short inventory. So I would expect that we're probably going to get an open auction at the open and perhaps lean higher, because there's still a bunch of, irrational, exuberant types out there that are dying to see a new all-time high, which is, I think, would be interesting to see. So this is IRT. Then we're going to head over here to bookmap. And here we are. This is the dome or the ladder or the order book or whatever you want to call it. These are the session prices. This is resting liquidity. This is the micro composite columns, and I had already preemptively put in a gap open down here, but looks like that's not going to be the case. We have several open gaps. This is the POC from yesterday, the naked volume point of control from the most recent RTH auction. Here's our POC, the micro composite POC, and this column is the high and low volume nodes that'll push over here at the open. They look like something. God, there's got to be one somewhere. They look like this. Those don't seem right. Something's wrong with that thing. I have to check that out, but I'm not going to get worried about it today. Be right back. So you see where we are here. This is the total overnight session. I put this blue vertical marker on the first print of each session. I call it Blue Boy. As long as I can see him there on my monitor, I know I have the whole session in view. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. We'll continue through 1600 today, and then bang, it's all shut down for the New Year's Eve celebration and New Year's Day, and we'll reopen tomorrow at 1700 for the Friday regular trading session. So this is pretty nice. We have regular trading type. This is my statistics column. And these are the IRT session prices, which push automatically to Bookmap. And I share these so anybody could make use of it. Let me know. Free, no problem. I start pushing them at 1700 on Sunday evening and can sit continuously through 1600 on Friday. It's this. I'm happy to share them. This is Bookmap. You'll notice that there's no indicators. I keep it as simple: data and price. I mean, price, data, probabilities. There's a POC, which is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. This is for the previous RTH, and here's for the ETH so far tonight. So far tonight at 36 even is the POC for the full session, and that is 2,644 contracts. The very split second that one of these other prices is 2,645, this line's going to move there. That's all there is to it. There's a RTH VWAP, which is volume weighted average price, and a Globex volume weighted average price, and a mid for the RTH. Boom, Bob's your uncle. That's all there is to it. There is also two lines that seem to bother people. The rest of the price levels are just, straight up named. Are the initial balance low and high? Perhaps because of the naming, which is from the market profile world. Initial balance. This low and this high are nothing more complicated than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Period. Now, the statistics column here is real important to me, and the first thing I do every day is determine the statistic open type, of which there's only 4, and of which there are 2 criteria. Here's price. If we opened right here, right now, where would that open compare to the previous RTH close? Oh, it's right here. So we would be higher than the close. How does that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the RTH low, so the RTH high has got to be up above us here somewhere. So we're higher in range. So this is going to be changed, and then I change the column title to higher in range. And I do this because when I look back at a snap or the stream, seeing this column title gives me a lot of information about the overnight instantly. I don't have to think about it. Next, we'll delete the column here, clear these notes, because these are the statistics from yesterday, and we're going to put in new ones today. There you go. So how do the statistics happen? Good question. IRT. Statistic study. Remember that this is just math and probabilities? Well, here you go. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but of course not until 8:30 Central Standard Time, the RTH Open. So we've determined it's going to be a higher in-range open. There's only 4 types: higher outer range, in-range, lower in-range, lower outer range, gap up, gap down, period. Simple. The study looks back at 1,648 trading days, the most recent. Of these 1,648 trading days, we opened higher in range 506 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 81.0% of the time. Ooh, that's pretty high, huh? Let's get over here and look at the overnight volume point of control. 81.0. That's as complicated as it gets right there. Now I'm just going to go down the list. Overnight mid, 74.9. Overnight mid, 74.9. There you go. Isn't this fun? Overnight high, 74.5. And that's right there. And And what else we have on the table here? I'm looking for something specific. I'm looking for the initial balance high. There we go, 68.2. So let's get up here and put this one over here just as an example. 68.2, and we put, oh, now that, I don't want to do that. What happened here? Cancel. I hit the wrong button with my old stubby fingers here. 68.2, be high. I put the initials because the split second that this current RTH session opens, this is going to move down above price. This one's going to move up below price. They will no longer be here. So I want to know where those levels were. Overnight, the IB low is 60.7. I'm going to slap that in there right now. Jesus Christ, I just washed these fingers. I can't do anything with them, apparently. Or it's the operator. It could be an operator error. You never know. Okay, previous close. That's a good one. That's 70, and that's right there. Now, value area low. Previous highs, 58.5. Where'd that go? That's way up above us. Where's the previous low? Let's look at that. 35.0. Now, this is kind of something that's important to pay attention to. There's the previous. That's cannot be possible. Let's be sure that's correct. What I was going to point out was, how can we get to 74 and 81 if we don't get past 35? These are probabilities. They are simply the number of times these levels were revisited in an RTH session when we opened higher in range. That's it. And I'm pretty disappointed about that. Overnight low, where'd that go? 49%. I got to look at that price level here. Something could be goofy with my IRT session prices. So let's look at the previous low. That should be up here on this thing somewhere or another. Ooh, and I need to do something else here. I need to do another deal too. I need to do a thing I do every day at 8:20 called the TLab. Oops. The TLab snap. And that is a thing I do, and I'll explain it when this is why I stream and don't keep up a journal. I can't do these two things at once very easy. I can do two things at once, but I don't do either of them very well. So the TLab Snap is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, done by a guy named Tom B, started by and continues to be led by a guy named Tom B, who is a 46-year trading veteran, 46 plus years now. And every day at about 6 o'clock, I post the news and reports. And every day at 8:20, I post this, which gives all the folks in there a view of all the levels and things that they might be able to use, I hope. And if nobody's ever said don't, so I guess it's still useful to people. I also provide these session prices, as I said, to a whole bunch of people in there use these and other sites as well. Now, the TLab is obviously, it's a Bookmap Discord site, so it's sponsored by Bookmap, eh? But you're never solicited for anything. So that's pretty important, in my opinion, and pretty rare in today's internet world. And I don't make this recommendation or I'm looking at something here, sorry. I don't make that recommendation for any other Bookmap Discord sites, including because I haven't been to them all. I've only been to 2 others, and they were normal. The guy, second word out of his mouth, was selling you something, which is fine, but that's not what I'm interested in. I used to be a contributor much more frequently in the TLab before I started the stream and started this journaling setup, which is actually a suggestion from Tom. It's more important to journal and narrate the trade than it is to spend all your time bullshitting with somebody in a chat room, frankly. I agree. So here we are. Now the next thing that's probably important to be able to do is trade. I suppose you'd agree. We've got 3.5 minutes. So in order to trade with Bookmap, the first thing you must do is activate the trade control panel with this button and select a method you will use to trade with this application using your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with the mouse is the active data column. DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns, and both is, as you might suspect, both of those. I use multi-brackets, and that is I find a tool that's real important, and it's where I implement the risk-neutral methodology. The smallest risk-neutral package you can use is a 2-lot. It must be an even number. A 2-lot. Then you determine and input the number of ticks for the stop of the package. In this case, I have chosen 12. The first criteria that you need to use to determine this stop size is your account risk parameters. What's the volatility of the instrument you're trading? What's the volatility of the market in general? Assuming that you have this worked out long before right now, long before a minute and a half for the RTH session to open, you better have figured this out long ago. I recommend. The first risk neutral trail is a given because it is for half of the package and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Then you have a runner, the second contract, or however many other contracts you have. And that's how it works. Then you click OK. Now, get back over here. We know we've chosen both. This is a 2-lot package. That's what we chose. And I don't need to have any more tools from the trade control panel. These are the in-trade and daily metrics. Also, you can also turn them on and have them visible up here. So I don't need the trade control panel anymore. I can re-click the button. Stays green, catalog stays unlocked. I get cancel and close, and I get the real estate back. Now we're ready to trade when the market opens in a couple minutes. And let's keep fingers crossed the stupid thing resets. The problem, this column has been giving me a lot of trouble with automatic reset. I wish Bookmap would just have a setting for RTH session, and that's all that would be recorded here. That would be very nice, in my opinion. But they don't do that. And the full session, just to point out the obvious maybe, is for the full session, not the ETH. So this will plot through today. We're going to open in a couple minutes here. I suppose that won't happen automatically, and then I'll bitch and moan about that. Like normal. Seems like we're streaming here, so that's a good thing. There's the open, and no, it didn't happen. Son of a bitch. God damn. Boy, that's frustrating. What I'm doing is double clicking this stupid thing, which is supposed to reset this column. It's supposed to reset a lot of different ways, but God damn. So frustrating. So it's 30 seconds off. I guess that's close enough for government work. Now we'll jump over here and change this charting from full session to RTH. Got a 15 millisecond lag on the data so far. IRT never seems to be able to keep its shit together anymore. Now, I will say in their defense, there is a phenomenal amount of data being pushed these days. I saw an interesting video and discussion by Chad Payne, who was the lead developer for IRT for years, about the difference. The increase in volume in market data is just staggering. Literally staggering. From when they started. So I've now switched my, or I hope I have, my micros, and let's do the same for the minis. What am I doing and why? Well, this is now yesterday's RTH and today's RTH. I'm sorry, today's RTH, day before, and yesterday's, day before, and today are open type. And the idea is to keep all the various flags and relationships as expected. And those relationships are particularly with the value area low and high and the developing value area low and high. They are, the value area low and high are from previous auction, which I want to be the previous RTH auction. That's why I changed those sessions. And the developing high and low is for the current the current session. Hi, Panda. How are you? Antonio's not here today. I'm sorry. Antonio's not here today. No, he's not. He's just staring me down. He says, shut up and give me some snacks, you fool. Now, this is a mess. Let's try to get this back to normal. God, this is so frustrating. Something so simple. It's kind of alarming.
What are we doing? What are you doing? Are you having big stretches and rubbing your face on stuff? Yeah, let's go back down here. Which way? Which way?
I know I bitch and moan about this volume profile a lot, but my thinking is if it doesn't recognize the setting and reset this simple thing properly, what else isn't working? That's kind of where it's at. And yeah, I've been through it with bookmap support and blah, blah, blah. Till the cows come home. So I don't believe we had a gap. I'm going to get rid of that. That's fine. Boom. There we are. That was a preemptive gap setup. Now something that's important to do is let's get this bad boy on the get Blue Boy's brother over here and put him out there, or sister, whatever. Again, this is nothing more than a visual cue for me. If I glance left and see Blue Boy, I know I have the complete session in view so that I can have a firm understanding of the context. And everything looks okay there. Everything's okay. And Bookie Map, you can see here's wherever we go here. Come on. There's the open for the ETH last night. And here we go. And here's the open for the RTH. And back as far as you want, many sessions as you want to have. Okay. What else? Let's get this down to, let's get this to 1 minute. There we are. Minute. 1 point. I better go back to bed. Speaking of minutes. The reason for this is to try to be, I want to try to maintain a consistency so that I understand, the scale of movement relatively and see the entire context. Those are just, there you go. Do whatever you want, but that's what I'm doing. And why? So did I do this? I'm not sure if I did. I did. Okay. So here we are. RTH, RTH, RTH. Wow, so much for my balanced open auction. How they're dropping this thing doesn't make sense. Something doesn't look right here. This is compared to yesterday's RTH. Remember now, this is yesterday's RTH, and here's today. Did we open right around the lows here? And something else that's important too. There's the IB low. Remember that one? And here's our mid in our VWAP, which is buried under there. Okay. Looks like they took out. Oh no. Jesus, what am I doing? I'm not paying attention to Blue Boy. This is the overnight. Blue Boy. Oh, I'm sorry, Blue Boy. There you go. Get over here so I'm not so confused. There we are. Again, 1 point high. The RTH session high, low, IB high, IB low. Everything's looking fine today, and then now it's all working. Again, the POC is a super mysterious price level that you must have special wizard skills to know how to interpret. Yeah, 4,200 is the POC. It is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Absolutely, period. That's all there is to it. And there you see it. There's 1,553. The split second somebody goes 1,554, boom, that's going to move there. Easy. The yellow line continues to plot, simply marking and connecting those prices where the most volume had traded. That's all it is. The more straightforward and data-driven, I believe, you can be, eliminating discretion as much as possible, I think you're better off. That's my... And let me say something right at the outset for sure, absolutely. Always forget to do that. What is going on? Hold on. God, I'm so behind on my screen snaps and stuff. Okay. These chapter markers are real important for me to keep accurate and up to date. I use a plug-in tool in OBS. Obviously, the stream is 7 hours long. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to listen to all 7 hours of it to figure out what stuff I want to hear or see or review. So I want those chapter markers to be accurate. And sometimes I get carried away talking or doing something, petting the damn cat or whatever, and forget to put them in. I use hotkeys to put them in. So there you go. You hear me grumbling in the background. That's what it is. Okay, where are we? Well, we're pushing that IB low down, heading towards the overnight low at 49%. There's the POC from some time. When was that? Let's check. The 13th of December this month. And you see I'm not blowing smoke at you. Here's the micro composite, and we're just tagging that one out back on the 13th. You notice the dates over here and stuff for wherever my mouse is. There you go. 23rd. Well, I completely blew that one. I got my 2 and my 1 mixed up over here. So let's just fix that real quick like a bunny. This is not the 13th. This is the 23rd. Football. Doop, doop. There we go. And it's taken out. So that one has been my workflow for levels that have been revisited, in case anybody cares, is to just change the text to black. I know it's been revisited and it's not it's stale now, and I can take it off this weekend or whenever. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. Well, what's happening now? I'm out watering up and everything here. So here's Bookmap. I think it should be probably obvious to anybody, but I don't use Bookmap for very little of what they offer. I certainly don't use all the balls and whistles and accumulation this and something else that and all the stuff they got. I could use any platform where I had what's important to me is to have the trade decision making data here on the hard right edge and graphically displayed, because I'm dyslexic and all this, a dome. I've got Jigsaw and stuff, and I used to trade with a dome, but it's like retail soup, man. It's just, number soup after a while. I don't use all the bubbles and balls and whistles and crap Bookmap's got look at here. All this stuff. Footprints and, on and on and on. You see the few things that I use. Mostly around trading. And the icebergs are the only thing. I don't use absorption. I don't use all of that stuff. So I guess I'm probably a unique case here. I'm sure I'm not a Bookmap poster boy. Okay. What happened? Who's on third? So, what the hell are they doing now? Who's on third? I don't know. Let's see what's going on. We have a news. Don't we have one more out? I think. No. Well, we got crude out at 9:30. That's not going to bother anybody. That's not going to bother anybody. I'm really disappointed about the... I hope I'm wrong about my conspiracy theory. Jesus, isn't that seems like the hallmark of the times, doesn't it? Where am I now as far as things I'm supposed to be doing here? I got the open, I've got the business asymmetrical trades, and critical risk. I talked about that already. Maybe again. There we go. Yeah, just to put a lid on this critical risk story. As I was saying at the, just before the open, I think it was just before. When we, as a trader, your job is to preserve your account. That's the first thing. What the hell good does it do you to have the most fantastic strategy and all this backtesting and bullshit? If you blow your account up, you can't trade till tomorrow. Stupid. All these fun, the people making money on the prop things are the prop guys. Millions of dollars a month. I'm talking about the typical prop, not the real prop firms like SMB or somebody, but I mean like the top steps and the funded traders and all that. There's a reason why those guys are doing that. EPEX and stuff. Anyway, so as traders, our job is to preserve our account. And the first thing that any business person or what the hell is that? Business person or project manager does when you start a new project or your business is you identify any risk potential to your business or your project or whatever it is you're doing. And you devise, or if possible, a mitigation plan to mitigate that risk, to minimize its impact on your project, whatever. In our case, for 25 years, we've known that the non-farm payroll is going to be basically, with very few exceptions, the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. It's the biggest number as far as used to be anyway, consistently the biggest impact or disruptor to the auction. And you could plan on it a long time in advance, years. If you had a special strategy or you did some backtesting or whatever, you could do that, or you could just stay clear of it. Now we're in a situation that everyone has begun to recognize, and that's what I was talking about with Financial Juice earlier. Fortunately, they have also recognized that we have an unrecognized critical risk potential at all times. And they try to put those events that occur or are scheduled within a day, within the trading day, on their calendar here. And what do I mean by the unidentified critical risk? Well, we know about the non-farm payroll. We know about PMI. We know about the Michigan number. Well, days, weeks, and sometimes years in advance, they're scheduled. So they should be of no surprise. And if you're one of those guys that figures, I don't care anything about the numbers or the news, I'm not going to pay attention, well then, okay for you. That's your business. But what I'm talking about with unidentified critical risk and why it is absolutely nothing political, this right here is a 220 handle immediate sudden drop in the market from a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning by Donald Trump. Out of no place. If you were long, you didn't have bracket orders in, you didn't have stops, you had a really bad day. He can tweet whatever he wants. You can vote for whoever you want. It's got nothing to do with it. It's about risk. We know when financial and economic reports are scheduled and coming out. We don't know when some guy in this case, the president, gets pissed about something that, in this particular case, he got mad at something that China supposedly did, which they did not do. He threatened a huge response, which he did not do either. So it was a nothing burger. And some people would say, and I tend to agree with, the market was looking for a reason to sell off. And so they did. But this was the result of a tweet on Truth Social at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Friday. Perfectly his business to do that. Perfectly, no problem at all. No political comment whatsoever. But from a trader's perspective, that is a big disaster. So I call them unidentified critical risk. You know, that's a potential that we have nowadays that we didn't used to have. So there you go. And now we're just rolling 9 o'clock. So what has happened? The first 30-minute bracket's in. That's about all that's happened. We've sold off. We've pushed the IB low lower. We haven't taken the overnight low yet. There you go. We still haven't gotten this gap high from the 22nd. They're still dancing around with that. Yeah. The initial balance trades are not a thing yet. Having a little discussion with some guys in Static about the lifetime Bookmap license. They just had a deal. Yeah, anyway, all right. Enough of that banter. That's why I don't have any other Discords or anything up typically through the day because it's easy for me to get distracted. I think that's a function of everybody. And the object of trading as a business is to be focused on your business, I believe. Now, are we having a sell the pullback or sell the whatever it's called? Maybe. We don't have an initial balance trade yet, which are the two trades I have that I have vetted, and I only take vetted trades and setups. So I eat my dog food and I follow the suggestion of those successful traders who have come before me. Now, and maybe I'll learn something tomorrow that was all a bunch of crap, but I don't think so because it's been the likes of Jim Simmons and Renaissance Technology and Peter Brandt and Thorpe and Dalio and Tom Sosnoff and Mark Douglas and all of those guys. Those go back 20 plus 30 years. So they are established and proven, verified facts. So I'm pretty confident that I'll still be doing it tomorrow. So here we go, don't we? Yeah. In preparation for this story and the initial balance trades and statistics becoming active, my approach to trading as a business rather than a video game or gambling is based on, as I was just saying earlier, the most successful traders and hedge fund people that have come before. And they have all recognized that the market is random, essentially, that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. That is a statistical fact, like it or not. Basically a coin flip. Which way is it going to go? It's going to go up or down. It can only go one of two ways. Can't go diagonal, can't go anywhere. Time is imposed upon the market for us to be able to chart it. If it weren't for the timeline, this would just be bouncing up and down, and that'd be that. Okay, so how do you approach it as a business rather than gambling? Understanding that trying to predict where the market's going is a fool's game. They came to realize, and profited. Well, Jim Simmons and Renaissance Technology is the most successful hedge fund, continues to be in the world ever in history. Anyway, he's dead now, but it's been taken over by someone he'd appointed before he stepped away. You identify, as a trader, you identify a setup that repeats, relatively frequently, so that you can have more than one trade every 2 years. And you identify the criteria around that setup, which validates the entry. Having done that, you, away from the live market, using a backtest engine or setup or something, some sort of, I believe you need to do it with a computer, because to try to do it manually and achieve consistent, statistically viable results, I think are crazy. I don't think you can do it manually. Anyway, so you then capture a statistically significant data set of that setup and those criteria, and determine statistically, mathematically, does it have an expectancy and an edge or not? If it does, you take every instance of that trade that presents itself in the live market, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest to your bottom line. Sound familiar? The gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. They play no game on the casino floor which they have not pre-identified to have a statistical edge. Then they put it on the casino floor, and their only mission in life is to play that game as many times as they possibly can in 24 hours. That's why there's no emotion with the dealers or the pit people. Pit people, they don't give a shit whether you win or lose. They know gamblers are going to win, and we know that we're going to take stops. It's 50-50. But the law of large numbers manifests that percentage of expectancy to the bottom line. And I don't think it should be any surprise to anybody that casinos and that entire game theory industry is extremely profitable. It's a proven method that goes back thousands of years, probabilities. So there you go. In my case, I have identified the initial balance trades, which are based on the first rule is the initial balance statistic. This is not it. We didn't just put in a new initial balance statistic. The IB low just went down with price. It will not be a thing until 9:30. Okay? Of the initial balance trades, there are two. There's an initial balance continuation. Let's look at the low. Let's pretend we come down here. We take the statistic. We pull up. Doesn't get any horsepower, and away we go. That's a continuation trade, applicable in a directional market. The other side of that coin is we come down here and do something like this, take the statistic, can't get any more horsepower south. We revert back to the mean. IB failure. There's one for the IB low, there's one for the IB high. So I chose those to vet them because I would then have two vetted setups, one for a continuation day and one for a mean reversion day. Mean reversion is a valid setup that a lot of people vet and use, having nothing to do with the initial balance statistic, and that's great, but you have nowhere to go on a directional day. So, yeah. I will, and now we're getting close here, 14 after. So what is the initial balance statistic? Well, it is the most probable probability in all four open types. In this case, looking back 1,648 trading days, but you can push this out to 2,000 or 3,000, and it's always the most probable. Greater than 97.6% probability that one IB high or IB low will be revisited at some point between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time. And that's how it works. Now we opened higher in range, and I see something very wrong here. IRT is not highlighted the open type, nor is it highlighting any of the values that are the levels that have been achieved, which is normal. What is going on with that? That's pretty weird. I'm going to refresh the data, but let's just say, so at 9:30 we have the possibility in our case now of 97.6% of the time one of those two will be taken. That's the IB statistic. Well, that's pretty weird. I don't understand that. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. always something, isn't there? Jesus Christ. I guess what I'll do is download the data again just for the hell of it and see if that does something. I don't think I've done any magical mystery maneuvers here on the data. The heartbeat is the one that I always look at first. This little guy right here says that I'm getting live data. So there you go. And we're not putting in, these are not initial balance low statistics here. This is just keeps ticking them down until 9:30 once again. That is pretty weird. Huh. That is pretty weird. I don't know what to say about that. I'm at a loss. I've never seen that, frankly. Typically, the correct open type is highlighted in blue, and each time we achieve one of the statistics here, it's changed from, the text is changed, highlighted from black to blue. And I don't quite know what the hell is going on, to be honest with you. Short of rebooting and, restarting IRT, which is goddamn frustrating. Especially at this point in the game, I don't want to, I guess now is the time to shut it off and restart it if I'm going to. I'm going to shut it off and restart, re-go. Well, that's irritating. Yeah. I'm going to update my CPU and stuff. First opportunity. I can only go to a 14900K with this configuration and motherboard and stuff without re-changing, slapping in a new motherboard and going the full Monty. I'm not going to do that. Well, that's pretty goddamn annoying there. Let's see what's going on. Let's see if it comes back to life. Here, somehow, some way. So what is the context while we're waiting for IRT to get its knickers in and out of a knot? Well, is there any question in your mind what the context of this session is so far? South, eh? Lower highs, lower lows. Yeah. Would you think that a long would be a good idea? I don't think so myself. And so I'm going to try to let it get through thinking here for a while on IRT, and then we'll take a mosey back over there, see what the hell is going on. Jeez. Still no highlight on the open type. Well, I'm pretty amazed. I wonder if that means it opened right on the cusp of something. I'll have to look and see. I'm not going to worry about it at this point. The hell with it. It's done now, right? And I can see what levels are being revisited over here, so that's not a problem. Get to the trading shooting Annie here. Okay. Is the system on here? I don't think it is. No. Okay, I'm going to push the trading system to this chart. This will trade live active data, but only within the IRT simulator for a reason. It hasn't been giving me the reliable results that I expected, and so I'm certainly not going to put my money at risk. This chart has nothing to do with the rules really, except for that these indicators are accurate compared to the rules and levels, and the idea is I want to see if stuff is happening when and where I expect it to. So I'm going to push this to the chart. I'm going to shut these two off because I don't want those lines all over everywhere. And we'll see what happens now. We'll see if we get... If and when the initial balance is set, then these levels and lines will start to materialize over here. And away we go. I'm still back on wondering why the hell the other thing doesn't work. I don't believe I've ever seen the open type not selected. So how did we open? Well, we opened very definitely higher in range because here's our open. I'm a son of a bitch if I know. And there's the previous low, so that's higher. And it's within range. So, oh, wait a minute. The close was right there. It opened right on the previous close. I guess that means that we do not get a it isn't higher or lower. It's non-binary. First time I heard that, I thought, what the hell does that mean? Getting only in a pretty picture. So we opened on the close, and therefore there is no higher or lower. It would be a nothing in range. I guess there isn't one. No. Yeah, well, there you go. Learn something new every day, huh? Okay, and this brings me to, now we're at 25 after, okay? So this brings me to this daily sermon about I strongly recommend you do not trade towards the statistic. Any statistic. Oh boy, context is down. We're below the VWAPs. We're below the POCs, the IB lows right here. We're going to take the IB low. We tapped it. We're back up here. Maybe. But two things. You've got 4 minutes left. And let's just imagine that you got short right here, developing value area low at 25. Well, one more tick and you're stopped out. You see? I just don't think it's, I have the data to prove it's not a good thing. And I can't show that here because it's on a different machine. It's not in the same LAN. It's on the same LAN, but I can't. I don't have any of the Office products on this trade machine, and I have O365 on that old one, and that's all that stuff was an Excel journal. What is that now? Why did that turn out? I don't know why that happened. So I don't know. Yeah, my speech about don't trade to the statistic. You see, if you got short down here at the developing value area low in anticipation of this, you're stopped out. It's not a statistic. Do what you want. I very definitely. If this is a statistic and this is the first signal or rule or whatever of your trading system, as it is mine, then that's what needs to happen first. And in my system, there are 3 rules. There's the initial balance low. Notice it isn't even plotting over here yet because of here. There is, excuse me, there is the pullback zone or continuation zones, and then there's a trigger. So there's 3. So there you go. Now it is 9:30. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What does that mean? That means it's 9:30. We have the world famous VPOC migration heading south, lining up with context. I don't think there's any reason in the world to expect that the market is not going to continue going down. I don't predict anything. You've heard this a million times, you know. Trade what you see, not what you think. And pick one. I'm sure there's 50 different ways that's been put out there. But it's the truth. And this is a cold day today. Richard and Antonio are holed up somewhere. That's good for them. It was pretty funny yesterday. Richard is in England, Antonio's in Portugal, and I'm here. And we all 3 had the same temperature at the same moment. 5 degrees C, which is about 41. This morning when I got up, it was 2 Celsius, which is about 37 or 8. Those guys are intelligently doing something better, and this is a real how should I say this? I am here because I am committed to the stream and to, I honor my commitments. I've made a commitment for transparency and accountability that every trading day I will trade from full trading day. I will trade from beyond stream from 8 o'clock in the morning for the pre-market through 1500. And that's what I'm doing. Now you'll see over here that we have how did that work? Now we have the lines showing up. Isn't that cute? Look at them. Aww, isn't that cute? And they've pushed themselves, as good boys and girls should do, right here. The book map. There's the IB high, there's the IB low, and here we have the pullback zones and continuation zones and trigger zones. Isn't that something? And this is all easy. I'm just an old cowboy from Montana here. Believe me, this is not any kind of Palantir type skullduggery. May I point out that we don't have an IB statistic yet? I guess it's obvious that this liquidity you can dial in or dial out for the heat map. These are just resting levels of liquidity in the book. That's all they are. They're just graphic representation of these levels in the order book or the dome or the price ladder or whatever you want to call it. So I'm real curious to see what's going to happen here with my signals and orders and flags and blah, blah, blah. Again, full disclosure, this is simulated right here. This order trading system, initial balance, is being pushed over here. Will trade simulated. There are no instruments in the trade list, which is a quote page that is required by Bookmap to make trades, because I want to make sure this is all working correctly. What I do to forward test now is, and you can go back to any stream and see this, this Bookmap is live. It's live AMP real money. Live data, real trading. The way I've been approaching this is when the system fires a trade on Bookmap, on IRT, over there in the IRT side, I replicate as quickly as I can the trade in real time in Bookmap manually. Now, the first thing we got to do is, we're past 9:30. Both, just a quick checklist, right? It's a pre-trade checklist. Both. We can trade on the DOM or the order data column. It's a 2-lot. I happen to know that I only have one of those, and that's the multi-brackets. So there we go. We can trade. I can trade. I hate it when people do that, and I don't know why. It's so much easier to say, I guess. I can trade. Should a trade present itself? And I would do so. I don't know how to get rid of this thing here. I'm not going to click it. It takes you to some website about all their discounts, which is, if you happen to be a Bookmap user or are interested, they have through today, they've got a 30% discount on Global Plus lifetime license and a bunch of other discounts up and down their offerings. So. The VPOC mile, one of the trades, I vetted this initial balance trade, as I was mentioning a few minutes ago. One of the, if you've got any suggestions for the next setup that you use that I can vet, that you think would be a good candidate, drop that in the chat. VPOC migration is one that Antonio and I laugh about. It's pretty popular with TLab guys, whatever, but it's my least profitable setup from the days when I didn't vet anything yet. And obviously it's the most likely to try to develop first, because how can you possibly miss the yellow brick road, moving, and it can plots all day. The issue has always been for me, and I think others, is that part's simple, but what are the qualifying parameters to enter a trade? Okay, here's VPOC migration. Do you just enter the minute it migrates? In this case, it would have been great. You'd be scaled. Here we go. I guess you would have been scaled there. Here you go. I do know a fella, Peter K or something over in TLab, who's also in Static. I believe he has vetted that, or he doesn't vet them like I do. I think he uses Python, which gives you a rough statistic, but not, I don't think as definite of results. And maybe that's good enough, because all you're looking for is probabilities. You're looking for a statistical edge. If you have, and here's another thing that's important to say. Looks like we're going to take this IB low here before too long. Win rate is nothing but clickbait, internet bullshit. Absolutely do not fall for that. It is meaningless when taken by itself. You know, it's the fodder of all bookmap, YouTube, internet gurus, rearview mirror experts. You can have a 95% win rate and go broke in 10 trades if your risk to reward is upside down. Think about it. The R multiple, the risk to reward in conjunction with win rate, is the viable components for the calculation for expectancy. So I'm busy looking over here at the charting now. We're looking at this IB low. I'm just dying to see if I get an IB statistic flag, which is what I've been trying to do. I have a problem with rabbit holes. I immediately dive in them. I guess it's OCD. But I'm aware of it. It's just like overtrading. I don't succumb or act out on FOMO or overtrading or revenge or any of that stuff because I am aware of when Monkey Boy comes out to play. Monkey Boy. Yeah, that's the stuff of internet gurus. Ever notice why all of the internet people, about every 3 months, internet guru, you know, the YouTube gurus, about every 3 months, they all come out and start pushing the same opening range breakout or whatever simple thing it is for, you know, moving average crossovers or something, and it's directed at new traders because they know experienced traders are never going to buy that shit. The only way they make money is by subs and people, you know, new guys falling for that stuff. And so they just rebranded. It's so easy to go back over the vast data of chart examples and you make a couple of samples of, you know, captures and do a video. Nothing's ever live. They do a video about it, and they do it about every 3 months. So that's the technique. I'm not funded or monetized in any way. Likes and subs, I would appreciate. Definitely contribute in the chat. Trading as a business is a solitary sport, right? It's just a solitary endeavor. So it's nice to have interaction. And where are we now? Let's see. Okay, I've got those up to date. The initial balance statistic is hot. Once again, you didn't catch it here. Don't trade to the statistic. You got in there at 22. You're getting close to stopped out right there. You know. Let's get the music on here. Let's start dancing. What do you think? Get some boot scooting going here. God damn deal is with you guys. What is the deal? What is the deal? Well, there we go. So we did get a IB low penetration. Now this is something to the initial balance statistic in IRT and everybody in the world, I think. This is it. They don't have any qualifying parameters around it. Is if price, what the rule says is it revisits the value area, or comes through the value area or the initial balance low or high, that statistic has been satisfied. In my trading world, that's not the case. And here we are. This is, there it is penetrated. Like when I say that. That does not qualify because the previous, this would be the signal bar. The bar previous to the signal bar needs to have an open higher than the close. In this case, they're equal. So there's no A signal here. And in reality, there is not here either. And this would be a classic signal bar because the open is above the IB and the low is below it. Now let's do something here. What I'm looking for here on these signals are A's and B's to show up, which is what I'm hoping to do, and plot properly in only one time, and then they're driven by the flags. Oh, look at there. That's not good. That's not good right there at all. I have to understand why that happened. That's not supposed to happen at all until, what am I doing here? Not supposed to happen at all until the sequence has been completed. So that's bad news. That will throw off the whole kit and caboodle here. I didn't notice if that was flagged early on or not. I'll have to go back to the stream. Thank goodness for the stream, huh? Well, that's not good. I gotta look at that. I bet what I don't have is this reset. I'm not gonna do that now. I do. Hold on. So nothing. No A signal here. So standing by. Let me just say now that if you're going to approach this systematically and with some methodology, this is my opinion, you set up a base configuration, which I have done and backtested a bazillion times. Then if I want to determine, okay, I don't think I need that previous to signal bar rule, you make that one change and then backtest again and see if that is over the same data set. And I look back 500 days. That way you can tell whether it's got a positive improvement or not. That's the only way I know to approach this. And if somebody else has got a better way of doing it, please speak up. I'm worried about how I get rid of this now. I'm going to just start monkeying around over here a little bit. I got to add 486 to all of these. That will be a problem. And I'm not sure how to set it back, to be honest about it. Didn't think of that. Oh well. That's really stupid. I didn't think of that. By golly. I gotta set those. I gotta set those to 0 right now. Hmm. I need to make a quick little rule down here somewhere where I can set this to 0. Let me just see about that. Missing operand. No. Football. Duh. Okay. Okay. Now let's see if I can pull that down here, add row. I don't know if that'll work or not, to be honest with you. There you go. Okay, now we'll just change that to delete and take it right back out of there again. Yep. And save and okay. Oh, that's cute. Worked. Boring. Well, this is to be expected here today, I guess. So I realize that I'm keeping the book map going, and what I've been doing is I put in a small rule to reset the 486 V-pound variable to 0. The way the system works is, as I understand it, and that's a big qualifying the computer, the system, when a system is active, as this one is, it runs through every rule every 1 minute, evaluates each one of those rules, and then, they're all Boolean. So if they, equate, if there's an action, they're Boolean, and otherwise they do all the stuff that you see up here. So we'll see what happens here. And nothing is what's happening so far. Mainly because of what I said right here. Again here. This would be a typical, this would be a typical initial balance flag. But the previous to the signal bar, this is the signal, I call it the signal bar. Or here's an even better one. Previous to the signal bar is here. Needs to have the open above the close. Now, if this bar were non-existent and it was this and then this, there would be an A signal. Meaning that the 80 should fire, and the 81 and the 80 and the 180 should fire. By fire, I mean that flag be set, establishing that we had a initial balance statistic achieved, which is the first rule. Then there would have been plotted an A above and an A below. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's what's supposed to be happening. I've been struggling with this stupid getting these A's and B's to print to the point that I corrupted the system as far as trading for a while there. I had to sort through all of that. That was not particularly fun. What the hell? Never fails. I've got 3 computers here whose monitors I can see. And my setup is real basic. I have 2 standing desks and an L. Then in front of me is a 4-monitor rack. The 2 lower monitors are my trading screens, and the 2 upper ones are driven by another machine, which I track the stream and whatever else. The standing desk to my left has 2 monitors and other computer. That one of the monitors is a vertical for my OBS and stuff on the trading machine, and then the old one around the corner further is another regular 4K high def for old workstation. So I'm looking at monitors and three screens, 3 computers, 3 monitors, and they all have different temperatures. And it's all off the same internet, AT&T fiber. And who knows what the phone's saying it is. I hope that the 2 monitors in front of me are more accurate because it's warmer. I'm going to go with warmer. Another thing about these initial balance statistics that I have determined, and arbitrarily so, I guess, assuming that they made sense to me, the initial balance low statistic needs to be approached from the top, not the bottom, and vice versa for the initial balance high. The whole thinking about this previous to the signal bar and approaching the IB from the bottom or the top, or below or above. I want I want to try to capture context and be aligned with it. So that's the thinking. Right or wrong, that's it. Now let's see if I'm right. Let's see if the thing agrees with me that there's going to be a flag if we approach this from the bottom. I'll be keeping an eye on these flags. This would now, were this scenario happening up here, it would be, in my opinion, the setup for an initial balance high. Statistic. We'll see what happens over here. Nothing. Let's see what's going on here. I have a suspicion that 58% and 1.5 points ATR. I still haven't quite gotten my head around how the hell this thing is. I understand the plotting and what it's doing, but I'm not quite sure I agree with these things. I got to figure this out. Well, if they monkey around here, they could get it into a situation where we did get a IB low signal if they come down at it from the top with 2 bars. Well, there's heat and dry air, and the heat and stuff's killing my eyes. It's got to close like this. Well, never mind. There needs to be 2 down bars is what needs to happen. Oh, she missed it again. Look at there. Sucks, huh? What a shame. I'm just curious not that I'm excited to trade at all today, but I'd like to see the signals and stuff working properly in the flags. It's, gives me an opportunity to see the progress of this stuff in real time with the live data. I struggle with the replay a bit. If this would have just opened up here, this would have been a perfect sequence, and I should have had ones, and there you go. And there's that second hour of the all-important one. If you're going to trade as a business professionally, as your trading business, not an adrenaline rush or all that stuff, this is a major portion of your day is being patient and waiting. I have no designs of any trading today, but I'm really interested to watch this. I'd be really interested to watch the signals happen. In the meantime, I'm doing squats and curls and toe raises and, you know, trying to make some constructive use of the time here. Besides just it should have been an A. Ah, yes, and it was. So both signals fired, but the signal did, yeah, and there's the signal. Let's see if that signal holds now. The signal's on the right spot. The signal bar should be here, not here. And where's the B signal? Where's the other one? But at least we got the flags taken off properly up here, so that's okay. That's no good. Okay, there we go. That's complete crap. Why that did. The signals here, these signal markers on the chart are driven out from over here. They are not part of the trading system. Maybe I need to do that. Maybe I need to move these signals down into the trading system to have them work better. They are, if you look over here, you can see them here. There's signals, right? I don't know. Keeps me out of trouble. I think one of the signal problems here that I'm experiencing is the rules for the signal bar are based on the close. So they will not be true until the bar closes, meaning that the signal can only pick it up on the next bar. So that's not a good thing. I don't know how the hell to do that. What would be so easy, it would be so great actually, and maybe there's a way that I don't know. No, sorry, maybe I ought to be looking at the damn thing. What I'm talking about is over there. If I could just have the rule fire signal. Don't seem to be able to do that. And yes, I see the signal up here and the rule marker and all that, but guess what? It doesn't. Now, the reason for that is all of these you notice are no action because these are just criteria establishing the hierarchical sequence of the rules, which are basically a funnel down to the trigger, which is down here, which is the actual entry. I don't know. I could be completely full of shit, dude. That's another problem. I mean, I'm just winging this, so. Boy, anybody that's got a better idea, pipe up. Oh, that'd be great. That would be great. Well, at least my incremental signaling is correct. Why that's 80 and 81. This one should be, there should be a red, or this color here, A down here. It's too late now because the signal base is based on both flags being a 1. And then once the system passes through the resets, these signal flags change the corresponding down here. In other words, the 381 changes to a 0, then it doesn't fire the signal anymore. That's the idea anyway. Hope the music's musicking. I don't have speakers in here. If anybody hears that music and it's obnoxious or whatever, let me know. I have to put a headset on if I want to monitor it, and I'm not in the mood.
Come down here, dude.
And then we have a B, but we didn't get a B trigger file. That's just not working right here. There's the B. And that would be, there's the A, okay? So there's the B right there. That's the failure zone or pullback zone. Now we need to come down here to get a trigger, and it should trigger the trade, assuming any of that happened. Maybe I could put those signals on intra-bar. That's a possibility that I haven't thought about lately. That's here. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. Let's see if we come back and get a trigger. And then if it would fire a trade, that would be interesting. I can tell you right now that at this point in time, I am not going to put a trade on. I'm not going to put my money at risk on this. I'm sort of curious to see if it comes down here and takes a trigger and then actually fires. Disappointing about the signals, though, that's for sure. Oh. And no luck on the trigger story. So just to run through for lack of anything better to talk about here, the signals, A. That's the first rule. I'm real creative, right? A, B, and trigger. So bear with me. There are the proper sequence of signals or of bars to generate an A or the first rule, satisfy the first rule on the initial balance low. the signal bar is open above the IB and closed below the IB. The previous bar to the signal bar is open higher than the low. Boom. I've already talked about why the signal fired here rather than here. So that's something I'll think about how to address now. Then we trade. We come up to, we have the A. Now we have the B because price comes up to and closes within pullback zone. Why there's no B there, I think I know, but anyway. The next signal, which would be the trigger for a trade, would be for price to come down and activate the trigger zone. And then, you know, Bob's your uncle. It should be along. I'm pretty hard pressed to think about taking that trade because of the volume, the day, the holiday. You know, there needs to be some discretion around that stuff. I need to have some discretion around that stuff. And it may not be an issue, but I'm forethinking it. And this is not a decision. I typically do not make any changes to my trade plan during the live market. I did discuss this yesterday evening and this morning before in the pre-market that I'm, for all intents and purposes, off of trades today. So I don't feel that that's a compromise. If you do or disagree, put something in the chat. Now here we're going to come down and let's see if we get a system fire here. Remember that this would be in counter trend, so this would be signaling along. And there it would be. You see there? There's the trigger right there. There's the world. Well, that works. All we needed was the B. So this would be signaling a long trade. This would be signaling a long trade. Well, there you go. Now let's see. I'm not taking it. I have no intentions of it. I've talked about that already. Let's watch what happens over here. Boy, I wish the B would have been there. Would have been, I'd have all the signal worked out. That would have been pretty snazzy. And the reason that this fired intrabar correctly, I think, is the interbar signal over here. I'm going to change those to do the same. I do have somewhat of a context filter on the entries. You don't see an entry. A system entry. And that would be because the wonderful things about it, I believe. There's A, B, clear, enter. Based on context. Maybe I'll have to change the trigger to a, I don't know, picture of a good looking gal maybe or something, I don't know. Or, I guess you can't say that stuff anymore. A person of interest. Now, right here would be the stop if it were a trade, which it is not. So there you go. And I'm pleased to see that there's been no entry. That's reassuring. These would be a, there are some setups in the TLab and whatever. One is called, well, I've already talked about the VPOC migrations, and then there's the VWAP to VPOC, but there's no range there, right? Somebody could, convince themselves that there was a case for that. And there's all kinds of, price check at aisle 3. There's, for everything in trading, there is a zillion platitudes on either side. On either side, sayings that that bear out your philosophy on either side of the coin. Wish that B would have fired right there. I don't know why exactly. What I'm doing now on these signals is removing the level qualifier and basing them on the vPound or the user variables only, because the levels qualifier is what instructs the actual rule to set the vPounds. So that's my story. In other words, this is the signal for the B. This is the actual rule, and the actual rule is if these things happen, then it sets that and that. So I don't need to have all of these same rules up here. I think that's one of my issues. Not issues. Oh, look at there. It didn't take a stop. Boy, that would have been a nail biter. Well, what would it have? Let's just see. What's the low here? Let's pretend we got this low. Or the close, let's say. Let's say the close. 22.75. Definitely stopped out. Right there. Aren't I happy? Yeah. Oh, yeah. 400,000 contracts so far today, since 1,700 last night. 57%. Oh, well, they're still putting around. They're still ticking them over. My heartfelt recommendation is to get outside and do something for your health. Go take a walk, take a nap, go to the gym. You know, make good use of it. This is not the day. This is not a day that trading or subjecting, especially if you don't have, I don't have any problem with willpower not trading. None whatsoever. Not conflicted in any way. But some folks aren't that way. Or, don't approach it that way. So if you're one of those people that thinks that your effort is equal to the reward, or that because you're standing here, you got to be clicking the mouse, then my suggestion is don't be standing there. Don't be doing it, Bubba Louie. Well, now I have just had a big bowl of homemade pho, which non-Vietnamese speakers will pronounce pho, but it's actually pho. And yeah, I'm now doing the sleepy thing, and I don't know how to say that in any language other than sueño and sleepy. So cool. What did we do here? Let's see what's going on. I don't even know. I was busy enjoying myself. Oh, the system took a trade. There you go. It came back to and took that trade. Well, there you are. It pulled back to the how did the hell did that work? No. I'll have to look at that one again. Make sure these things are firing as they're supposed to. I'm obviously not doing that. There you have it. So it took a long. That doesn't make any sense at all to me, right here. And it is risk neutral. Makes no sense at all. That's why I really want to get these flags working accurately so I can be sure. Obviously I was away, but I can be sure, and that should be set to 0 right there, I believe. This would be another A right here. I don't know. I don't know how that's supposed to be working. That's disappointing right there, I think. Now, something that we can do here. No, not that. A different something. Okay, the hell with you then. What I do from time to time here is I have both of these bands off, right? So here's T2. And then that'll be up here high. And I'm gonna put the stop in here and make sure that it's being respected. Now that makes no sense. How can there be two stops? Looks like I got that pretty screwed up. I think I'm getting further behind than I am ahead here, I think. Let's try this again. Let's look at the targets and see what that looks like. Let's see what the targets look like. Where'd it go? T2. Boom. No. I already got a T2. We need a T1 now. Well, that makes sense. That makes a bit of sense. No, it didn't make any sense at all. That makes no sense whatsoever. What the hell have I got going on here? I have managed to break this even worse than I thought. That's right, however. So this is the entry. We haven't gotten to T1 or T2, and we don't have a stop here. Because it's a green long entry signal. Do I think anything will happen? Probably not. I can tell you what's going to happen to me, though. I'm going to go for a nice walk and then nice cool day, 56. I'm going to leave this on something a little more meaningful. I recommend being extremely cautious. I'm not planning to take a trade, so, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Thanks for stopping by. It's been a great year. Like, subscribe. Drop something in the chat. I'll be back in a little bit. And I'll kick it over to Bookmap here. Well, what happened now? I don't see anything happening now. What is the system up to over here? Are they up to no good? Ooh, no stops, no targets, and I'm still not sure why this thing's in the long, but I'll have to analyze this in depth with the back test after the fact. That reminds me. Okay. I can tell you one thing for damn sure. I would absolutely never take this trade. That's smack dab on top of the POC. That is the quintessential diddle in the middle. So that needs to be another filter that I work into the system here. Not sure why that damn thing is set that way. Yeah, there needs to be a discretion until I could figure out how to better code some specific context filtering. I need to figure I guess I could just put in a user variable discretionary filter. I hit a button up here and it changes a vpound variable to 1, for example, and in order for an entry to be achieved or a trade to be achieved or to be executed in that direction, that vpound, whatever that criteria, vpound or user variable needs to be a 0, for example. And just so it'll never take that trade until I change that. You can do that stuff pretty easily with the various buttons here. That I have to build up.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Well, well, well. Look at us go. Yeah, that economy's working out great, Donnie Ray. Doofus. So, well, 9 folks. Thanks a lot for coming by. I've been pretty quiet here, but then again, it's been pretty quiet today. And yes, this was a setup. No, I'm not going to take it. It was in the direction, however. Come to think of it, I might have set up. I'll have to really look at it in detail, but this is ridiculous. There are times when the most prudent thing to do as a trader is not trade. You know, there's 3 positions: long, short, and flat. And in many, 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 many instances, flat is the preferred position. So as a follow-up here, let's, I've already talked about trading as a business and the initial balance trades there, you know, back up the road there a bit. You can check that out in the description there and the timestamps, but let's go on now to the, my usual 2:00 story, which is the back testing. And just quickly, I firmly believe that the only way to properly, accurately trade is to only trade vetted setups. And what do I mean by that? Well, pretty simple, actually. You identify a pattern that you recognize happens frequently. That's real easy for humans to do because we make patterns up, right, left, and center. Anyway. And you capture the statistically significant data set of that pattern and the parameters that you have pre-identified to validate entry on the trade. Then you determine mathematically if that has a statistical edge or not. And if it does, your job is to take that trade every time it presents itself and rely on the law of large numbers to manifest your account. That is trading as a business, and that's not an epiphany on my part. That's from the most successful traders and hedge funds in the world, and educators, Mark Douglas and Tom Sosnoff and Tom the Trader. Dr. Thorpe, I can't, the names are slipping away from me, but Jim Simmons and Ray Dalio, Paul Tudor Jones, all those guys. So what do you do? Well, this is what I believe you do. Here are the rules which I've come up with. Now, some of these are over and above the trading rules to do with these flags, which, as you can see, are not working out very well yet. These rules are required for the 2 or 4, I should say, initial balance trades. And there's only 3 rules for each trade to validate whether it's a entry or not. And there's I say 4 trades, but that's because there's a failure trade off the IB low, a continuation trade off the IB low. This is a continuation trade. This is a failure trade. There are two off the IB high. So it's essentially there's two trades, but two each, one for the IB high, one for the IB low. And then you determine what rules are required. And then you can use a function or a system like IRT or Quant Connect or whatever and backtest that and decide and determine whether you have an edge or not. Now, this is going to be interesting because these rules aren't working very well here since I've screwed up trying to get these. I kind of broke it trying to get these signal markers to fire right. That's what all this hocus pocus up here is about. Which is neither here nor there when it comes to the actual backtesting itself. The signal markers are for my visual confirmation, and because a couple of colleagues of mine wanted to use this system, and they don't know how it went together, so I was trying to get the rules to work out so that they could, to try to help them out. So, given that, then let's see what a backtest looks like. There's the instrument contracts session, and let's backtest this over 500 days. And also you pick out the different reports that you want here, etc. 500 days. Ready? There you go. Now this, I can tell you right now, this is broken because that should be about almost double that amount, but you get the point. So this is how long it took the system to evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar, looking back for 500 days, which turns out to be 495 trading days. And that means it evaluated 218,869 bars, 1 minute bars. This is the net profit. There's 771 trades, so many long, so many short. Well, here is very definitely a problem. Oh, I think I know what might be the case. Let's just keep going. So there's 511 winning trades, average trade of $45, 46. There's 259 losers, and average of 47. I know exactly what's going on here, that I was messing with some what ifs last night and I didn't reset them. So that was my error. But anyway, so what? This is a backtest, and there's 11 consecutive winners and 6 consecutive losers. What I would now do, and here's the next thing you can do with this system that's really, what I had in mind is here. You can backtest all 705 trades going back to January 26th of 24. Every trade, entry, result, and the time of each and the outcome over every trade. Now, the reason this is 177 is this is the IBF long, and the T2 didn't fire. Remember, I was saying that there's something wrong with T2 a minute ago. That's the second target on the IBF long. There's the problem. That's an example of this. It got in the trade at 9:45 in the morning, and it had a T1 at 10:43, and then it held the trade until the end of the day rule, which is this thing right here. Well, it didn't hit T2. So that you get the point. Assuming that, Let's do something here. Come on. Well, you guys are messing with me today. The system doesn't like doing this because it's still evaluating every one of these rules going over this trade. So what I would normally do then is take this data and enter it in my trade and my statistics what if area. Every one of these lines, each of these lines is a complete full back test of the system. Every one of them. You see the total number of days back tested and the total number of trades. And it gives you the complete number of trades, wins, average win, loss, average loss, scratches, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, risk to reward, profit factor, trading days, consecutive winners, losers, how many were long, how many were short, and the gross profit. Also, there's all of these additional stats. If you want to, I don't enter them for all the back tests because I found they weren't meaningful for me particularly. It was standard deviation return, the Sharpe ratio, the Sotino, betas, etc. So with this data, I know what expectancy there is for the trade that I'm working on. This is really back testing. So if I took this trade, and here's the way it goes, just pick this line. It's the micro. It's a 60-minute chart. 12 tick stop, 24 tick target, 48 tick, 24 tick target T1, and 48 tick T2. And in this case, and it's a 2-lot package. In this case, there's a trail trigger of 12, and that trigger it trails. When we reach 12 ticks, it trails up to positive 12. And that's the outcome. Or in the case of normally, here's a no trailing. That's the way I believe you should approach backtesting. And that's the way I'm doing it. Now I'm hung up, kind of off in the weeds here, messing around with this visual stuff, trying to get this fixed for Garrett, but that's the way it works. And I can tell you right now what's wrong. Instead of a 12-tick stop, a 12-tick T1, and a 48-tick T2, there is a 24-tick T2, 5 T1, I believe, and then there's a scale. And how I set those up is right here. So there's a 12-tick stop, a 24-tick T1, a 48-tick T2, and then there's a trigger at 16, and it scales to 12. This was stuff I was doing last night, and I didn't change that before this morning. That's why these random T1s and T2s are happening where they are. So typically, this would be a 12-tick T1. And the way this system works, I could just set this outside of the second profit target, and so that's fine. And I can set this at 0. So there's no. What this does is it says where there will be a trail, where the trail is triggered, and this one says how many ticks on top of the entry will be the trigger, will be the trail. So let's see what that did. There you have it. So that's the way this works. Oh, I don't think I'm pushing this to the chart. You can also push this to the chart like this. T1, T2. Let's just get rid of those because they're green lines we don't need to have flying all over the place, and apply this. This is going to go until 2:30. And at 2:30, this will close. This is the end of the day right there. So that's how I believe you should backtest. And in a minute, we'll do a market on close wrap up. Wait for those market on close imbalance. And can I see why that A isn't up here? This would be great if the A were here, A, B, trigger, that would be a valid short entry right there. And it would have been a beauty. That's because I've got these flags off with my these visuals thing. So not to confuse the issue. I hope that's more help than a hindrance, but all right, let's give it a minute here. I'll get some water and do the wrap up and then the market on close and balance, and then it's New Year's Eve, baby. Well, here's the final wrap up of 2025. Wow, that's amazing, isn't it? Here was our trade today. Fully in alignment with context. And actually quite a lovely short right there that even I could have gotten on if I'd have been bright-eyed and bushy-tailed about it, but I was not. Here we have the so here's the culmination of the year right there. So much for the Santa rally, huh? Oops, wrong one. That's the one. 63% volume, 2-point ATR now. And about right. Should be about 1.3 or 1.03 or something for this time of day. So let's look at the, I was just talking about the, the backtesting stuff here. Here we have today's reports. This is investing.com, my news source. It's free. You can filter it however you want, wherever you live, whatever reports you're interested in. Also, there's earnings, holidays, and you can, let's see what's going to happen next week. Well, there we are. Now, next week, Friday, should be at 7:30 in the morning, should be the non-farm payroll report without looking, okay? Let's see what these jokers have done. There it is. Been that way for 25 years. That's why I am on my high horse about this unrecognized, unrecognized risk, because it can be so dangerous. This has been scheduled this way forever, and we're now falling back into the normal cadence, which is really comforting for me to see, because it's one of the things that the international investing world, why they found America and our markets to be good to invest in and to, list their companies in. And that's the blood that makes the world go round. If you're not aware of that, well, then you need to look into it further. So Monday, we've got the PMIs and manufacturing prices at 9 o'clock. Tuesday, we're going to have global PMI S&Ps and ISM. Wednesday, we're going to have crude and what else? This looks a little confusing to me. Why are we doing this all these different days? Non-manufacturing PMI. Same thing on Tuesday. December. What the hell is this? I don't have Norton. What is this crap? I don't have Norton. I don't have a subscription to Norton. I don't have anything to do with Norton. The hell was that? That's pretty weird. I have no idea what that was or why. I don't have Norton. I do not subscribe to Norton. I don't have anything to do with Norton. Pretty weird. Let's get back to what I was doing. So there we have the, that's why I kind of like the, 192 gigabytes of RAM. Wow. I don't know that that's I don't think this GPU is particularly up to the job. If I'm not mistaken, it's only about 16 gigs of RAM. And I don't know what an i7600 is. Don't know about anything about that computer. Anyway, so there we have that. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. And as you already know, this is this is where they pick up these random unplanned tasks and risk events in this calendar docket, and over here we have the more of a squawk box and this is where we are going to have the market on close imbalance orders at 1450. So that's pretty much it. I'm stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500, including this coming Friday. Tomorrow we will close tonight at 1600 through tomorrow until 1700 in the afternoon, which the markets will reopen for Friday's ETH. So there you have it. Happy New Year. That was the last wrap up for the new year. Pretty amazing. Let's look here. Let's look at something. Remember, these are daily candlesticks. Oh, there you go. There's January 25. There's the year in review. Right there. This is, well, we're going to give everybody tariffs. And this is, well, maybe not. I don't know what this is, but there you have it. There is the year in review, right? Starting right. January 6th, right there. There's the 2nd of January. So I guess if you are a long time, higher time frame person and you bought the dip, you are pretty pleased about life, huh? Remember, these are 5100s down here. And we're at 69 up here, so almost 2,000 points. Almost 2,000 points. Take a screen snap of that. All right. Well, we're going to close her down here. We've got 8 minutes on the market on closing balance. And we will definitely be back here on Monday. You can bet on that. I'm sort of disappointed I wouldn't have taken advantage of this right here, but it would have been nice to watch. I would have liked to seen the system trade. Remember that you are the most valuable tool you have in your trading rig, your office. You need to take care of yourself. Your eyes process all of this data, all the monitors and software and indicators you have. Your eyes process it all, and your brain, or take it in, I should say, and your brain processes it all. Then you make financial decisions for your family. You need to take care of yourself. Be rested, be hydrated, be properly nourished, exercise, healthy, firing. You're in one of the most competitive businesses or environments that exists on the earth. And some of the most well-funded, highly intelligent, best educated people are on the other side of your trades looking to take your money. Remember that futures is a zero-sum game or business. For every buyer, there's a seller. For every seller, there's a buyer. Futures are traded in contracts. There's no such condition where there can be more buyers than sellers in trades. We can have an imbalance in resting liquidity, people with orders sitting here in the book. That's absolutely the case. But there cannot be, it's impossible to have more buyers than sellers in the actual futures market. Trades, that is. So there you go. And remember, for all these sellers right here, somebody was on the other side of every one of those trades. And how is that person going to make money? Market goes down to go up and goes up to go down in any time frame. Market goes down to go up and up to go down, down to go up and up to go where down maybe, I don't know. So there you go. We're going to get to market on close and balance in about 5. And I'm pulling the plug here at 1500 as usual. Three minutes for the market on close. Whatever that's going to mean today, I have no clue. Hi, Panda.
What's up, baby girl? Hey, how are you?
What's up, Panda? Hmm? What are you doing, little girl? What are your little panda doing?
Huh? My baby girl. Did you just get up from your big nap? Huh? You have a pretty tough day, don't you? Eat, nap, and meow. Dad can't, probably Dad's got something to do right now.
Okay. Where are we? So, boys and girls, that is the grand total wonderfulness of today's trade. That's the last day of 20. There's the market on closing balance. You see just a little bit of a blurb down here. That will appear over here as if by magic up here. Yeah, baby, I'll be there in a minute. Just relax, Panda. And there we have them. Oh, look at here. 1,631,000,000 sell side S&P 500 contracts on close. 41 million sell side. Our Nasdaq's 360 million sell side. The Dow and 109 million sell side imbalance on the wow. I'm going to post that over here on Static, so you guys just stand by here a minute. All right. Thanks for coming by. Smack a thumbs up and subscribe. That'd be great. Yeah, drop something in the chat. That's always good too. It's been pretty quiet around here today. Have a great, safe, fun New Year's. The system, I'll be back up 1700 tomorrow afternoon for the ETH session, Friday's trade. If you could use these session prices, I push them freely and continually from 1700 on Sunday through 1600 on Friday, and have for years. A lot of people use them. Let me know. Drop something in the chat. Otherwise, have yourself a great New Year's Eve and positive start to 2026. Reminds me, I got to check out. I got to see my what the thing is. What's going on over here? Hey, Ron. Nice to see you. Have a happy new year. Be safe, my brother. Kind of a useless stream today on my part. I was a little bit. I was pretty much not into trading. The context was good the entire day, and this actually turned out to be quite a nice trade here short if you got on it. I hope you did. I did not. I wasn't expecting that, actually. In all true confession, I took a nap. It was pretty great, and I'm pretty happy about that. Went for a walk, came home, took a nap, took a shower, took a nap. There you go. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So, remember, tomorrow is a public holiday and a trading holiday. It's we're going to close tonight at 1600 and reopen the markets tomorrow at 1700 for Friday's trade, the ETH. I like those kind of holidays. I hate this half-day crap like Christmas. Three minutes. Tie a can on 2005, huh? 2005 was a pretty good year, and I think 2006 is going to be a better one. I don't know if you guys were around, but there's 2025 in the entire year. There's the opening trade right there. This is, we're going to declare war, hate everybody, charge tariffs on everybody. And then then they decided they weren't going to do that, maybe. Good God. Think of the outcome of this financial year had they not pulled that tariff stuff. Wow. I mean, because the market was on a strong uptrend through the end of the last administration and through the elections, and was continuing on. So that would have been, who knows where we would have been, if we'd have continued instead of this. If we'd have just continued up, would have been a more phenomenal bull market, I guess. Right now, they're not so sure that's what this is going to be. If you look at where we are, look at what we're doing. Trading, we're landing on the lows. Now, here's one for you. My prediction, my 2006 prediction. See how we're closing here? Selling hard into the close. My prediction is, and this is not a prediction at all, but this is an observation, and it very, very frequently bears out. Whenever a market or a session closes like this on a sell or a buy direction, either one right at the bottom, and then they close it out, the cash market, you can almost bet that when they open the overnight, which in this case will be, normally it would be in 1 hour or in 2 hours, but in this case it's going to be tomorrow. That direction will continue. Not for very long, perhaps, but they're not through selling it yet. That auction wasn't quite done down there, maybe. Got right down to within a blink of the naked volume point of control from the 19th. Which just barely, did they close the gap? I think they may have closed this gap finally. Yes, they did. They closed the gap for the 19th right there, just by a whisker. There was the gap low and there was the gap high, so we've got them both. Use my trusty workflow here and set both of those to 0. So we're gonna end this day and this year on with only one outstanding gap, and that's this island top we got poking around up here at the top. The rest of these have closed. I think we've closed them all out, except for there. Well, let's see now. So there's the workflow closing that. Let's close this gap off. There you go. And that's a done deal, boys and girls. That's done like dinner. Remember to shut this mess down, get outside, take a walk, get some sunlight, get some fresh air, rest your eyes. Party like a rock star, but be safe, huh? Tonight. My idea of a New Year's Eve is maybe a glass of wine and go to bed early. Ooh, baby, now you know you're getting there, huh? I know I'm becoming aged. Have a good one. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Adios. ADMF 2025.